All right, guys, so it looks like there's going to be more incoming here in just a few minutes, so just hang tight. They're showing missiles now coming in here. Let's see.
למרכז.
I think I've got some
אנחנו רואים
footage
נפילות
here.
למרכז, ככה אנחנו רואים נפילות לדרום.
Yeah, missiles are incoming here.
ככה זה באילת.
This is Iran breaks the ceasefire and launches ballistic missiles at Israel. Let's see here.
זה קצת פספסתי, אבל נפל לאזור
Yeah, so there's a missile.
דימונה, רמון, לא ברור מאילת.
They said Dimona. I don't know. They say they're launching toward Dimona, a nuclear power plant inside of Israel. This right here is some video that just came in. Okay, here we go. Oh wait, is that us? Oh no, this was the okay, that was the video that I'm watching. Okay, so here is the video. What happened there? How did that happen? All right, so messed up here. Hold on. All right, here we go. So that's kind of what they're showing coming in. I wonder why. All right, I got an issue here. Hold on just 1 second. It looks like there might be some missiles incoming here that we might see. If we don't see them, it's because they're going toward a different location. There may be a different location here. Let me see what else we got here. All right, here's some more here, video here. So this shows some, this is coming from Israeli interceptors have been activated. Here's another one here. It shows some missiles. Look at that. What the heck? And that just busted through the atmosphere. Prior to the ceasefire, Israel had managed to assassinate top Iranian nuclear scientist Mohammad Reza Sandangi, something like that. Oops, I don't have my thing there. So that was something that just happened. This is probably the last significant volley of missiles that we will see against Israel in a long time, somebody said. Few interceptions seen in the sky above occupied Palestine, above the Golan. Okay, so here's what Trump just said. Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace, and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stray from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both. What? That is absolutely amazing the way he said that. He almost sounds like he's, parroting the Christian message there for an audience. I don't know. It just sounds so like, it just doesn't sound like the normal Trump. I mean, I keep seeing the boasting Trump, the arrogant Trump, the angry Trump, and then you see this angel of light Trump, messenger of peace Trump. This is probably why he was demanding Nobel Peace Prize. It just doesn't seem like logical to me. I mean, the way things are, and it could be a lion, sign, and wonder. Like that says that there's going to be those moments in the latter days that people are going to be wondering. They're going to be wondering after this, man of peace. And it does specifically say he will be a person that uses peace, but he's ultimately bringing about war. And some would say, well, give him a chance and just trust the plan and let it happen. And I'm not. If it turns out to be peaceful, that's great. Hooray! Hallelujah! Thank you, Jesus. Right? If it does, but I am not. I have seen too many weird patterns with this president here, and the way the world is going, careening in a direction that seems out of control. But it does seem to be following a script. And that script is the biblical script. It may seem out of control, but it seems to be following a script. And it is. I think in a certain way, if you're in the world and you don't know the plan, it is, you're hoping for peace. You're going to be putting all your hope and trust in someone that's promising peace. Because obviously nobody wants to see the world go into nuclear holocaust, right? Nobody wants to see that. And you're going to do everything in your power to stop that from happening. You're going to believe the best. You're going to hope for the best. You're going to listen to the one that's most positive, that's going to be promising and telling you that this is going to happen here. Meanwhile, as Iranian ballistic missiles fly over Israel, the U.S. President Trump has just posted on Truth Social talking about peace and love. I know. It just, when he says "and love," it reminds me of when he says that he takes communion and he says, he goes, I will eat the cracker and drink the juice because I feel cleansed. He says it like that. I feel cleansed. It's like, it's just like that. I get that feeling like, like it's not really something that he understands or knows what he's really saying. He's just kind of mouthing some phrases that seem to be in line with what everybody wants to hear. What does everybody want to hear? Oh, the evangelicals want to hear that. My goodness, they're going to be like worshiping at the feet of this new administration now because the evangelicals heard the right words. They heard the magic words. My gosh, it must be God. Peace has come to the earth. Peace and goodwill to all men, Muslims and Christians now, and Jews all love each other. Let's rebuild the third temple. It's about to dawn. It's the golden age. As he said, the golden age, the golden dawn is upon us. The 1,000-year golden rule and reign. It just seems like pie in the sky. But like I said, if it happens, if something does kind of catch people's attention where they actually do put their hope and trust and some kind of mediation comes where there's a little breath of peace, you got to wonder if it's that false peace, that false prelude to what is ultimate destruction. And it could very well be that's where we're at. I just don't see this coming around. It just seems I don't know. Trump to NBC. Let's see what he says here. I think the ceasefire is indefinite. It's going to last forever. I don't believe Israel and Iran are ever going to shoot each other again. Who wants to send him a Bible? Ah. Ah. Israel's like, yeah, we're gonna have to let him down easy. They'll never shoot at each other again. What color is the sun in your world, President Trump? It's purple. It's rainbow colors. It's I see the what is it? The what are those little shoot, I forgot the name of that little cartoon. It's not a cartoon actually. It's like a puppet show. What is it? The four little green and purple and red, Topsy and Bopsy. Oh, I forget what they call it. With the little sunshine, it has a little baby in the sun. Oh gosh. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I can't even remember the name of it. But anyways, my kids don't watch it though. Yeah, Norman Vincent Peale in it. Hello, Lauren. Deborah, what's going on, Deborah? And we got Kamari in the house. Yeah, Teletubbies, that's it. Teletubbies. See, now, out of all the people that would have known that, it would have been Eden. Yeah. Yeah, Tinky Winky. Tinky Winky. The gay character, Tinky Winky. He sounds like a dude. He's got a dude's voice, and he carries a purse, and he's purple, and he's got like the little gay sign on his head. They said his name is Tinky Winky, and and then there's Dipsy and Lala and Poe. And then there's that sunshine in the background with the little laughing baby. That little laughing baby, I could just see Trump's face in there. Like, I could just see it, Trump's face, laughing. And a new world is dawning for Tipsy, Dipsy, and Twinkie, and Lala. Rivershaw, no, Kings is having another nationwide protest. Really? On the 17th of July. Wow. It says the title on this one is Good Trouble Lives On. Really? Well, I think these missiles went to the Dimona nuclear plant, but at this point, I don't think there was that many. We didn't hear any major things go off there. I was trying to make a point with that Tipsy Dipsy and Lala and Tinky Winky. I was trying to make a point, and I can't remember what the point was. It had to do with Trump and the Golden Dawn. But anyways, oh well. Trump likes the Wiggles. Now see, my kids, the only reason I know about all this is because of my kids. All right, so it says new missile launches detected from Iran towards, this is just now coming in, towards the center or central Israel. It says they're expected within the next 5 to 7 minutes. Expect it within the next 5 to 7 minutes. Expect it when you least expect it, but then again, if you're listening to Blazing Press, you know when it's coming. because we always let you know ahead of time. Because we've got the intelligence sources. Now, I don't know how intelligent they are according to God's plan, but at least they know what's going on in the realm of military events that are unfolding. I would say that's probably not intelligence. It's just knowing what's going on behind the scenes. But we want more intelligence. We want intelligence from the Most High. Amen. So here we go. More missiles. Okay, so they're Middle East. All these different channels now are picking up on what we just posted. I think a lot of channels get stuff from us too, and then they repost it. Some would say, well, this channel, you're getting it from that channel. Nope, they're getting a lot of that stuff they get from us too. We have other sources too that are actually pretty accurate. We have a few different good sources that are usually right on the money, but we still do have to vet. Sometimes they're not always accurate, but most of the time they are, and we kind of prioritize those channels. Like, we know which ones that we want to listen to first because they're usually really accurate. Our channel is going to be more on the accurate side because we do vet everything, and we do talk about stuff ahead of time that we don't know for sure yet. But that's what we're going to be doing on our member channel. So I want to make sure that if we have information that we're getting that is what you would say classified, it's kind of like the Penguins when they had classified. He's like, no, my name is not classified. It's classified. I can't tell you my name. Okay, classified. He talks to him and he calls him classified. He's like, that's not my name. My name is classified. Oh, okay, classified. It's kind of classified, but it's not really classified. It's just kind of classified in the sense of, just us kind of little, YouTube armchair analysts out here. And who knows, sometimes we get stuff that we're not supposed to know. Like, there was things that we knew about this last attack that we probably weren't supposed to know, that the bombers were going in from the east. Though everybody was looking west, that was a decoy, and we were looking at those that were going east. And so, I don't know. I think they kind of know. If they didn't want anybody to really know, they wouldn't have them on the transponder anyway. They would just turn those transponders off. So a few more minutes, and you'll probably be hearing these missiles incoming, but I'm going to turn down the sirens here because these sirens are, for some reason, copyrighted. And anytime I have a siren going off in the background, I get a copyright on YouTube. It's weird. It says copyright sounds, and AP is the one that, copyrights it, I guess, which is stupid. CNN is now saying that there are sirens right at this moment. Are we about to hear sirens? Let's see. All I hear is cuckoo birds in the background. What sounds like a dove. Okay, this is Jerusalem here. Okay, new red alerts now towards the center. Unclear how many. So they are coming toward the center. They may not hit Tel Aviv or any of these other cities because we don't see any or hear any sirens. So the center of Israel would be something more yeah. Are you for real, Robert? I hear sirens on the other channels in YouTube. They do not get strikes. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. It's not strikes. I'm not getting strikes. I'm not getting strikes. What happens is it demonetizes. And it gives you it's like a message that says this will stop your channel from being monetized, or this video from being monetized, because it is copyright sound or something. It's a sound. The sound is copyrighted. It's not that they give you a strike. They don't give you a strike. They just keep it from being monetized. And that's their way of trying to limit people from actually using their material, because they know if you use it and it demonetizes your video, you're not going to want to use it. But they don't want to give you a strike. Most channels try not to do that strike thing as much as they used to back in the old days. In the old days, everybody was giving people strikes and channels were coming down, and 3 strikes and you're out. Okay, here we go. I got more red alerts here. Red alerts are now coming in fast and furious here. Well, you just got to be careful how you do it there, love pugs, I think. I don't know. There it goes. Alert. Alert. Uh-oh, there it goes. I'm just going to turn it down just in case. That was the red alert there. You can hear it in the background here. I'll just let you hear it in the background of my sound here. Okay, so here we go. It looks like they're incoming. I hear lots of sirens. They're looking. Where is it? Where is it? Why don't you show the ground so that we can see when they explode? That's what we really want to see, is when they hit. We don't want to just see the air. So here's the alerts that are popping off here. This is just skyline and sky visuals. Bling bling, bling bling, bling bling. Okay, so the Negev as well. So there's also red alerts in the Negev, which is kind of that southern portion. So there's a lot of new alerts. It does look like Tel Aviv's in the crosshairs too. So will we see anything coming in? Is the question. All right, so now we got some really loud alerts here. Some loud sirens, I should say. I'll put it up when I hear something here. Oh, I just heard a bomb. I did hear something. Okay. I'm not seeing a whole lot. Alerts expanded, so there's a lot more alerts. There's more alerts coming in. Look at how many alerts there are. So it's all up and down the whole of Israel. It looks like down all the way to Negev in the desert. So Let's see. The top one is Jerusalem. The bottom one's Tel Aviv. The other one over there is Carmel, Israel, near Haifa. It's Carmel, but there are still sirens going off there. And I'm not sure which feed that is that's giving the siren off, but looks like there's some more alerts there. And you can see the alerts up in the top left-hand corner there. Yeah, it's probably not, you're probably not going to see too much. Just a lot of missiles supposedly incoming, but all right, we have some more footage. Oh, we have some footage here. Let's look at the footage as it comes in here. Here's some footage. All right, so red alerts in central Israel and the Golan. So a lot of alerts down south as well. I didn't see anything here. What was that? Was it just the missiles? Okay, so there are missiles coming in. You can see them right up there at the top. Um, Peace through strength. Donald Trump just posted this biblical marker here so that we all know where we're at. Um, that's weird. Peace through strength. So these are some of the alerts that just came through. And I don't hear anything in the background, but this is all over. My goodness. I'm guessing we're going to see some footage here pretty soon, because that looks like a lot more missiles than before. All right, so we have some more footage coming in. Here's some more footage. Those are some of the missiles incoming. I just turned down the sound here. Ooh, did you hear that? Listen to this. That was pretty loud. So that was an impact or something. Direct hit on a 7-story building in Beersheba. So there is a direct hit that is being chronicled here. Look at that there. That right there, not sure where that's at, but looks like a hit. A missile did hit. So something did go down there. Let's see what else we got here. All right, here's some more. Initial damage to a structure in the south. That's some of the damage there. Medics are responding to reports of a ballistic missile impact in Beersheba. Damage to a 7-story residential building in Beersheba. So that might be the building there, the residential building. But the reports of missiles going toward Dimona nuclear power plant, nobody's updated on that, at least at this point. The impact to Beersheba, let's see. Do we have some video here? All right, here we go. This is just some visual footage or pictures. We might have a video. This looks like a video here. This shows the impact inside of, I believe that's Beersheba. Pretty big plume of smoke there. And here is another visual of that as well. Big hit in Beersheba. Yeah, people are now posting it. Okay. So it looks like for right now, that's pretty much all that I'm seeing. But I'm sure that they're assessing what's going on right now, especially since there seem to be so many missiles incoming. Sometimes it takes a minute or two before they start popping up on the feeds. So we're just kind of waiting for the reports here. Additional angle of the impact in Beersheba. Let's see. That was from a different angle there. From someone's balcony there. Multiple impacts in the Negev. Saying and around Dimona nuclear facility. So the Negev is where the Dimona nuclear facility is. That was targeted, and multiple impacts are being now reported there. Yeah. I wonder if they hit the nuclear facility. I wonder if that's been hit by any missile. You got to kind of wonder this whole peace thing, and it just seems so weird. The way it was, Trump had said it was a peace deal. They're agreeing to it. And Iran was like, we didn't agree to no deal. And now it seems as if they did agree. Like, what? Like, this makes Iran look stupid if they did agree. At first, it almost made Trump look kind of stupid because Iran was saying that they didn't agree. They didn't agree to any deal. But is it true? Do they really agree? And they're just playing stupid? I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. It just seems so weird to me. Everything just seems so very odd. I'm hearing some kind of helicopter or something in the background there. Sounds very sounds almost like a military helicopter. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, here's some more footage. Now we're getting some ground footage coming in now. Let's look at that. This is Beersheba on the ground. This is the effects of the impact in Beersheba. A couple of different pictures here. Looks like a few cars got kind of messed up. It kind of looks like the impact was right there in the street. But we saw buildings too, so I don't know. Those cars are pretty messed up. Look at how all of the front end of those cars are all crumpled up. So that must have been a pretty big bomb. That had to have been a big bomb. Very large, because it looks like every single one of those cars has huge damage to the front end. Just buckled up the car. That's pretty significant. I would say that's a pretty big bomb to do that. What else? Anything else here? $7.56. Okay, so we have some other video here too. We're getting some other video in here as well. Look at this.
Whoa.
So this may be Beersheba there.
וואי וואי, איזה נפילה. איזה נפילה, יא בבא. מעל הראשים. יואו.
Looks like an impact area of impact.
תיכנסי, שימי נעליים, שימי נעליים! כל הבית שלי מפוצץ.
He seemed to be a little bit upset that some of his stuff got damaged. It's a good thing that it didn't land on your house, my friend. You should be thankful.
וואי וואי, איזה נפילה.
Okay, we saw
איזה
that.
נפילה, יא בבא.
Okay, we saw that one. Let's see what else here. He said, why? Oh, here's some more damage. My goodness, this is pretty bad. Okay, so this is the building, I guess. This looks like the building that got hit. This does look like the area where all those cars are completely destroyed. But look at this impact on that building. That's pretty significant damage there.
נפל אצלנו בבית. הלך לנו בבית עכשיו.
This is some more damage.
נפל אצלנו בבית.
Uh,
הלך לנו הבית עכשיו.
inside his house.
מה לעשות?
That was pretty significant too. That was from just probably the impact on that building, what it did inside the homes or inside of the apartments. Those are all apartments within the building that we saw there. I mean, look at that building. I mean, that building is just completely toasted. Look at that. You know, if you had a place where you were staying inside that building, your house would be completely destroyed inside. That's probably what that guy had meant, not damage like this, but he was probably off to the side or something. Here's some more. Yeah, that's pretty significant. No one can survive this. Yeah, I was thinking if there were people in there, there probably some dead people in there, I would think. That does look pretty bad. I'm not sure what they're saying there. All right, where is that? Okay, that's coming from the feed that we're on. So there is something going on right now in one of these feeds. One of these feeds right now is having the alerts. I don't know what that is there, but let me just turn it down here for a second. Okay. Let's see if that alarm is still going off. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They always say that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not sure what that is. It sounds almost like Spanish. At least one Israeli, it says, is in critical condition. Okay, so we have some video footage. Watch the moment the Iranian ballistic missile impacts Beersheba. It's a large warhead. Okay, so let's take a look. I'm going to post this here, guys. This is all on Telegram, so if you want to see this footage, you can chronicle it right there on Telegram and share it. It's an important little app that you might want to think about getting on your phone. They pretty much already chronicled every little detail about your life anyway, so all your emails, all your private messages, everything has already been chronicled by the AI anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So you might as well just put it on your phone. Yeah, it's true. That's what that big 16 billion account hack was the other day. That was the AI accessing all of your private information, and what you thought was private, at least. Uh, but look, this is what just happened. This is the size of the weapon here. So this probably is going to show it. I haven't seen this yet. Let's see. Here we go. Wow. So that was pretty loud, and it did have an impact all the way over there where the camera was. But did you see how much blowback it had? There we go. Wow, you had the impact percussion of that bomb all the way where the camera was. Did you see that? Look at that. Look at how much stuff flew around right by the camera. I mean, that's like... The birds were like, what in the world is going on? The birds don't know what to do. They're just like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Did it shake those cars too? Let me see if it shook the cars. Wow. Oh, I guess I got to get out there and finish up them chickens. I got more chickens to make into chicken tenders and chicken nuggets. Making chicken nuggets out of my chickens right now. You know what part of the chicken is where you get the chicken nuggets from, right? Actually, you know where the chicken tenders are, though, right? The chicken tenders, right underneath the breast there. It's a good piece of meat, but that's not where the nuggets come from. Nuggets come from a completely different place. Actually, I don't even think there is such a thing as a chicken nugget. It's all made up. It's all fake food. Fake food. Even though Robert F. Kennedy Jr. loves to eat them, pretending like he's a healthy guy. He's not a maha. He's a ha-ha. He's not maha. He's ha-ha. Right? I think that's what I'm going to call him. He's a ha-ha. Or a ho or a hoo-hoo. Ho-ho, ha-ha. He. 8 casualties, 1 critical Negev building strike in the Negev. 8 casualties. When they say casualties, I don't know if they actually mean dead. I think they just mean that there are 8 people that were wounded, maybe. Because usually when people are dead, they usually say 1 person killed or dead. Casualties just means that they were affected in some way, maybe. 1 is in critical condition. That's not good. But then again, there's been so much death and destruction, it's like you almost get callous to it. It's terrible. Here's another video. I got another video here to post here. I'll be putting it on the Telegram page. This is the extensive destruction that's being chronicled on video in Beersheba. So is it time for a ceasefire now? Can we all love and cherish and hug one another and sing Kumbaya? Thank Trump for bringing peace to the world. The Prince of Peace, as they've called him. They called Trump the Prince of Peace. Is that not blasphemous? He's the Prince of Peace. He's the fulfillment of Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6. The government of the world will rest upon his shoulders. There will be peace and goodwill to all men. They will call his name Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Trump, Prince of Peace, comes back from a mortal head wound, rises from the dead. The whole world follows in wonder and awe. Oh, that sounded like a donkey? A horse. It was a horse, of course. The horse is saying, ivermectin. What horses recommend? Ooh. What horses recommend ivermectin? Yeah, that was me. Safe and effective. Yeah, that's what horses do recommend ivermectin, by the way. Horses recommend ivermectin. That was during COVID when we couldn't say anything about ivermectin. Remember? Everybody was like, don't say ivermectin. They'll ban your channel. They'll block you. They'll bring you up on charges. They'll say that you're a quack and you're killing people by giving them bad advice. Even though ivermectin is like a wonder drug. It's probably like equivalent to penicillin, the discovery of penicillin. But no, they're going to demonize it because it might work. It's dangerous. But horses love it. Oh, Lord. Trump scene is good for you? Trump scene. The Trump scene, I like that. It is a wonder drug. It literally is. Ivermectin is a wonder drug. Absolutely. What did Amy say? I don't get when she said it's rude. What do you mean? When the Trump followers equivalent to allethophobia? What does that mean? What is allethophobia? Just a moment of clarity would be sufficient, but that would require Robert to shut up for a whole 5 minutes. What is the clarity that you need, Amy? Tell me. What clarity do you need? I'm looking back at your comments now. How many died for this BS? Like I said, I'm not sure. There's only 8 casualties at this point. Is that what you're asking? Is that the clarity you're looking for? The clarity of me needing to answer your question about how many people died, right? Was that what it is? Fear of truth. Allophobia? Yeah. I think that's probably a good way to put it for so many people that are afraid to, look at the claims of the gospel and really, look at it for what it's really saying. Really the spirit of truth has to be upon the message, because there's so many people that know the gospel outwardly. They kind of outwardly have a form of a gospel kind of message, but they really don't have the spirit of truth that leads them, because you can just tell by their actions, and they're hollow. It sounds like a hollow. They sound hollow when they talk. When it's it doesn't seem real when they talk about the Christian faith or Jesus, or they don't really sound like they even know Jesus. They just kind of talk about God, about Jesus. They may talk about Jesus, but they have a lot of gospel gobbledygook. That's about it. Gospely gobbledygook. Sure is. What do you mean? Because one person was against my opinion, you are without even talking. Yo, I'm not against your opinion. To me, willing to do a phone convo. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't understand what you're saying. I'm not sure what she's saying there. I would try to answer, but I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to say there, Amy. I know you're trying to type. You're probably on your cell phone and it's hard to type, right? I know people try to type on their cell phones. They can never get the message out because it's always auto-correcting or something and it doesn't look right. I have no idea. Yes, Gaza is starving. It's terrible. Very terrible. Can we have a phone convo about what? Can't we just talk right here? Let's just talk right here. Just ask me, tell me what you want to ask me or what you want. I'll just try to answer it right here. I barely got enough time to do the things I got to do every day anyway. It's just very hard. But I can try. I can try to answer everybody's questions if I have the. This is why I like being on a stream like this, because I can see everything really quick. It's kind of like having an app that has everything all right in front of you, and you can kind of just go through really quickly and answer everything, because life is pretty complicated, especially when you got 6 kids and a bunch of animals. You got job, you got this, you got that, you got red alerts coming in again. Kupta red alerts, another Kupta red alert. Oh my goodness, more coming in. Tel Aviv, Jaffa. Oh no, here they come again. More red alerts. Where does the time go? More Kupta alerts are incoming, guys. I see a whole bunch of Kupta alerts popping off here. And by the way, Amy, stop deleting your message. I can't read it. I wanted to try to respond to you, but I can't see your message. Oh my goodness, look at all. Uh-oh, here goes all the alerts. Here goes they're coming in again. More missiles. They're looking up in the sky once again. I don't see anything. A lot more alerts here. Now, is the ceasefire over? Is there no ceasefire? Amy, let me ask you this. Okay, you know what I think the problem is? Amy, I think I know what the problem is, Amy. Tell me if I'm right. Amy, are you there? Amy, can you hear me? Hello? Amy. Turn sound off? Yeah. Okay, I'll turn it off. So Amy, can you hear me? Let me see if this is the problem. Let me just ask you something, okay? This might be the problem here. I think I understand what the problem is. This is what a ceasefire looks like. This is what peace looks like. Peace and security. Peace, security. The man of peace has brokered an amazing peace. The whole world is now singing Kumbaya. Amy, no, I'm not being rude. I'm just curious. I want to ask you a question, but I want to make sure that you're here still. I see you have a cross or something there on your icon, but let me ask you this. Do you really think that Trump knows what he's doing? Let me ask you this. Do you think that Trump is someone that you can put your trust in as a leader for America? Just kind of curious. What's your real feelings about Trump? No, I'm not mocking you. I'm just curious. I really think that you're probably a person that really esteems and looks up to Trump. I bet. That's probably why you're probably getting that feeling about me that I'm mocking you or something. I'm not mocking you. I'm just curious about your thoughts about Trump. We can have a little conversation right here. No. Yeah, all I asked was just a little clarity. That's all. Just a little clarity. But I was thinking that maybe the issue might be that you don't like my position on Trump. And I'm thinking maybe you just love Trump. Maybe you're just like Trump is a man. He's playing 5D chess. You just don't understand. Like maybe that's your point. Artsy fartsy. You don't trust him at all? Oh yeah. Oh, I thought that was Amy that said that. I was gonna say, okay. Well, Amy, I thought Amy was in agreement. Amy, you are in agreement. I'm gonna be like Trump. You agree with what I'm saying. Praise the Lord. Let's all get together and hold each other's hands and sing Kumbaya. Amen. We're all in one accord, right? Amy, are we all in agreement now? I guess we are. There is a cessation of hostilities. I can feel it. I feel it now. It's here. I just visualize this and Norman Vincent Peale in it. I'm Norman Vincent Peale in it. But no, don't feel that way, Amy. By the way, that icon that you have on your YouTube channel, is that the what do they call it? I know it's a cross, but it looks like that thing they say that's in your DNA, or I don't know if it's your DNA. They look at it; it's supposed to be like the signature of God on our DNA or something. Was that what that is? I'm not sure what your icon is, by the way. Just tell me what it is. I'm not sure. Definitely not the case. He's nasty and has always been. I've been on your channel before. Oh, cool. Okay, so we're in agreement on that at least. We have been over this, really? The squeaky wheel always gets the oil. It's always good to be squeaky. Squeaky. So I don't see too much that came in. We didn't hear any big booms or anything. Nothing like major yet. Maybe that was it. The Riviera in the Mediterranean. Maybe they're trying to clear the way to get that all ready to go. Are you Amy, are you a messianic? You follow people like Jim Staley? You like Jim Staley? You remember Jim? I guess Jim made a comeback. At least he's back on. I was supposed to interview him. Well, actually, he was supposed to interview me. Actually, he wanted me to come to his church to have a little conversation, but it just so happened to be coinciding with the birth of my first child, so I wasn't able to do it. But yeah, it wasn't really an interview. It was more of a debate. But then he said, "Oh, we agree on more things than we disagree on. It wouldn't be a good debate." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, it would." See, I understand Hebrew roots. I know the background of a lot of what he says and teaches. I can see their inconsistencies, and even though I know the history, a little more history than the average bear, I understand what Hebrew roots is. Now, I have no problem. In fact, I love the history of the Old Covenant. I love the history of the Old Covenant. It's a great teaching. It's like God has embedded within the traditions, the structure of the temple, the stories of the Old Covenant or the Old Testament. He's embedded messages that are prophetic, that reveal the coming of the reality of what is found in Christ. It's ultimately to dawn upon humanity, and that is the whole of humanity, not just Israel. Really, actually, Israel was passed over as the new covenant began to dawn and become the day star began to rise, which was Christ, that Israel was passed over because he came to his own and his own received him not, right? And their house was left unto them desolate. But we have what we call a covenant of grace that ultimately is a better covenant, it says. A better covenant. And a lot of Messianics don't like Paul. They don't like the Apostle Paul's teachings. They actually discount the Apostle Paul. And many of them will reject Paul. They even get to the point where they actually go against Jesus in a certain way, Yeshua, and will try to get people to go. So there's many different little offshoots within the Hebrew roots movement. You got to be careful when you are getting connected to a lot of Messianics. We had a lot of Messianics that used to follow our channel in the past. Amy, you weren't one of the ones that followed us in the past, were you? Were you one of the? How long you been following our channel? Were you following back in the Cyber Tribe days? Cyber Tribe days, when we were Cyber Tribe? Was that when you were? And Amy, you keep deleting your messages. I don't always see the messages until a little bit later. So when I look up and I go and I check, you delete it and I can't see it. Okay, so you don't reject Paul or Jesus. Good. That's good. Please do a study about his name. SOS 103 or 13. Song of Solomon. Yeah, the sacred name movement is something that, it's kind of like your dad. When you're a child, you're a baby, you call your dad anything you want. You call him Dada, Gaga, Boo Boo, Nana. You could say anything, and your dad is going to accept you. He is not going to reject you. Oh, you didn't call me by my legal name there, son. You didn't say it right. I'm not gonna hear you, or you're not gonna understand or know the love that I have for you until you get the name correctly pronounced. Please pronounce that correctly. But if you know the heart of your father, well, then that's really all that really matters, right? And you can try to understand the historic messaging that's behind the actual pronunciation of, like for instance, Joshua, Yehoshua. That's the name of salvation. Jesus's name was, salvation. Salvation, right? Joshua is salvation. What does it mean again? Joshua, Jesus, Yeshua. He is salvation, right? But even then, you don't have to have everything perfectly timed out. Anyways, I guess springing up everywhere here by Lake Laban. Yeah, some people say that Paul didn't understand. People don't understand Paul, or people don't understand what he's actually trying to teach, and that the current mindset of many Protestants today twist or they don't really understand it. But it's pretty clear. I mean, if you're really looking at the history of the Jews and who Paul was and what he was actually saying, going back to the original, Greek and the context in which he was taught and the way he was raised, and then what he actually became. He's there was a reason why God chose Paul, and that as one that's born late. He was one that was born late as a leader, but he was the architect of the New Testament. He was the one that kind of brought all of the different parts together. He was very, very important. He was a very important, and because he was trained in the line of Gamaliel, he was in line to probably be the high priest at the time before he became a Christian. And so his insights were definitely kosher, if you will, if you want to say, in the sense of abiding by what they understood to be the law at that time, the oral traditions, the whatever legal laws that they had that were right there in the books, that they all followed. But he understood the transition to the Gentile nations. He understood what that meant, and he was an apostle to the Gentiles. He wasn't really going to the Jews for a period. He was, but his message was really crafted for the Gentile, and that's the way God intended it. My dogs are going crazy outside. I have to figure out what's going on there. I think we got to. I should be out there fixing my fence because we got deer coming in and eating our garden. Either that or I'm going to have some deer steaks here tonight. But no, we've got problems with our deer coming in here, eating our brand new little plants coming all up, our lettuce and our cabbage, and they're just eating it all up. So I'm going to have to get out there and let the dog out or something, but I got to get this fence built. I got a fence that I got to fix there. Just a little fence, Actually, it's got to be tall because they jump. But I still have to put that thing up. I've got part of it put up. I got to finish it. There's so many things to do, guys. I got a whole list of things I'm so far behind on. I just don't even want to think about it. And it's getting dark right now. So what I'm going to do is, since nothing really majorly happened, I'm just going to let this play out, and I'll be back maybe a little bit after it gets dark. And then I'll hang out with you guys to talk more on what's going on. We'll get down to the nitty-gritty, as Nacho would say. The nitty-gritty. Yes. But I guess I can leave this running here for a little bit. But I'm going to try to get like at least a half hour, 45 minutes of work done. I got to get some stuff done with the animals. I got some animals I got to feed. I got a bunch of little things to do. Actually, I've got a lot of little things to do and a lot of big things to do and just a lot of things to do. And I just really got to make sure I'm focused and prayerful, because really, I don't want to lose that as well. We don't want to lose our connection to the Lord, right? We don't want to lose, it's better to lose things than it is to lose your connection to the Lord. But I definitely want to keep focused on that meeting with you guys in the morning. I really enjoy that time. When we hang out and we talk and we share and we get into the scriptures and we pray, I always feel so good when I come out. I always feel so like this is what the Lord wants. And I spend my time with the Lord every morning anyway, but it's better when you have others that are also committing that time to devotion and committing their time to the Lord with a unified prayer, a unified kind of focus. And scripture is great to get that focus going. So we always do that focus scripture reading, usually every morning. I missed the last couple nights or a couple mornings. So I've been feeling like, man, maybe I should have just ignored everything and focused on this. But there's so many crazy things going on, like I think that everything seems to be speeding up too. Doesn't it seem like we just don't have as much time? I don't know. It just seems like we don't have no time now. Everything seems to be going so fast. And you know what? It goes really fast when you got lots of kids out there. When you got kids, you got little kiddies out there that need you. So, guys, I'm going to be back in a little bit. I'm just going to let this roll. You guys just hang out, have some fellowship, minister to one another, pray for each other, have a little patience with each other, and watch God move in the midst of everybody that's hanging. Amen. I'll be back in just a little bit, guys. There's a lot more missiles toward Tel Aviv again. Oh, you're going to see more missiles. They're saying more missiles are coming. Come on, are you kidding me? More? You got to be kidding me. More missiles are coming toward Tel Aviv, it just said. May I be activated in the minutes following areas of Dan. Gosh, that's just absolutely crazy. But I'm going to just let this roll so you guys can sit back and watch all the missiles coming in. I guess that's something to do. The alerts are probably going to go off here any minute. It looks like. So there you go. All right, guys. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll probably be back in about a half hour, 45 minutes maybe. Give me about an hour at the most, okay? It's gonna be dark by then.
просто вкусно.
Пойдем в парк быстрее.
Ладно, сейчас пойдем, давай его прогуляем.
Мама, смотри.
Да. Давай, спускайся.
Мама, я дома. Я в пижаме, и ты.
У нас приятно. Пошли, Эмили, пойдем. Пойдем. Не трогай, не трогай. Давай Гектора быстро. Гектор покакает, пописает и пойдем домой. Да. Я сама не знаю, кто приехал. Нет, это...
All right, guys. Hey, what's happening? I just got done putting up a really quick fence. The deer keep eating up everything, so I had to... Actually, they just started. Last night was the first night that they, came to our garden and our little... well, we got an area where there's all the... we keep all the herbs and it's pretty, it's a little big area in the back. And the other night I was laying in bed and something just said, look up out the window. I had this feeling, I don't know why, I was just thinking of a deer, and sure enough, there was a deer eating all the herbs. And I was like, oh man, I scared it away. And then they came into the front yard too, and I just haven't had the time to get to it. Like, I've had it on the schedule to get this fence done. So I just put it up really quickly, like a temporary kind of... I have that mesh, that plastic mesh. It's probably like 6 feet tall. So maybe it's a little taller, right? It's 6 feet? Yeah, maybe 7 feet tall. And I just stuck up some posts and put it on there, stapled it on there really good. But I still haven't finished the main one out in the front, because that's a big area, and that's going to take me a while. So I've got the posts up. I just got to put the fencing in. And fencing is so expensive. My gosh. I got a bunch of it free, though. I found a bunch of it at the dump. You know how sometimes people throw away good stuff? And I was just dumping the garbage, and I saw all of this fencing. It was all like, that plastic fencing that's really mesh. And no, that stuff's expensive, like, dang. If somebody just threw it all away, I just picked it up and stuffed it in my trailer, and man, I'll tell you, that helped out a lot, because that's what I used just now on the back. The deer are hungry. Yes, feed them deer corn. Yeah, they've got so much stuff to eat here. They don't even need that. There's so much food out there. I mean, I don't know why they want to come and eat my garden, though. See, that's what I'm going to turn them into deer shish kebab, venison shish kebabs. If they don't stop, or I'll turn them into venison tri-tips. Hamburger. Venison hamburger. We'll just make hamburger patties out of them. But I'm also doing my chickens too, because we got a bunch of chickens that I'm getting ready for the new batch to come in, so I got to get rid of some of the old ones. And that's always a little chore too. Kind of like a farm. I guess it's a little farm life, I guess. it's just so many projects, you know. You get too many projects going, and it's just like you never get time to do anything else. But I just got to do the essential things, you know. Like I just got to focus on what's important, you know. And man shall not live by bread alone, right? But by every word. I'm not going to be seeking after vanity, that's for sure. I'm not looking to build some kingdom here on the earth. I just want to make sure that we got good food to eat. We're trying to save some money at the same time by, you know, doing a garden and raising some chickens and trying to go the I guess you would say organic way. But it's funny, my cats. It's funny, cars and cats. My cats just brought. I just saw the squirrel tail. Usually they eat the squirrels. They'll catch them squirrels. They're really. These cats are so fast. And anytime they catch a squirrel, the only thing that's left is the tail, and they play with the tail. They'll eat like it. One time they ate like half of it, and the bottom part was just there, and they were playing with it. And our cats have just multiplied. We didn't fix the female, and then it had babies, and then there was another female, and now she's pregnant, and they had, you know, the first female had kittens, so we still have 3 of their kittens that are kind of getting into be. They're a little bit bigger now. They're like almost cat size. We meant to get rid of them, and we just haven't. It's like they become a part of the family already. It's like, we got to get rid of these cats before I become a crazy cat daddy. Otherwise, I'll be a crazy cat lady. Yeah, the poor squirrel, like it just like, I should turn this down. I'm sorry, it's so loud. The poor squirrel, like he just got munched. The cats, and then they just play with his tail after they're done with him. They're like, oh, we got a little play toy here. We got food, and now we got a play toy. I told you about the cat that went up the tree, didn't I? Did you guys remember the story I told about the cat? My cat went up the tree, and it went really high up. Must have been like 50, 75 feet up. Did I tell you guys that story? I still think it still awes me. I'm still in awe of that story because of that amazing catch, I have to say, if I do say so myself. Bob Barker said, have your pet spayed or neutered. I know, Bob Barker. Pork is full of worms, I know. So did you ever hear me tell the story about the cat that went up the tree and I shot the branch and made it fall, and I caught it in a net? I literally caught it in a big old fishing net right before it hit the ground. It was probably like at least 50 feet up in the air. We have those really, really tall pines. They're called pole pines. And they look like big, long, tall pines, poles, like really like 100 feet. They can get up to 100 feet. And the cat went up. Like it was only like 20 feet up. The dog scared it up the tree, and we were like, oh shoot. We tried to get it down. It wouldn't come down. And then it got scared again, and it went higher. It went all the way up. It went up like 50 feet up. It was probably a good 50 feet. I think it might have been even higher than that. And I was like, oh man. And we couldn't get that thing to come down. It was right toward the end of winter. We were kind of, just kind of going into the end of winter. And it was still like, cold outside, still, 20 below, or not 20 below, but 20 degrees outside, And then one night, so she was up there for like 4 days. She hadn't eaten, she hadn't drank anything. She was up there for 4 days. And all she would do for the first 3 nights, first 3 times, every time we'd go out there, she'd see us and she'd meow. Or I'd call her and she'd just meow the whole time. Just like scared sounding, just sounded terrified. You could hear her just meowing all night. Meow, meow. Like it was like just, my gosh, this cat, it's been up for 3 nights. It's going on the 4th night. And then I'm thinking, okay, the 4th day, we're looking at it, and I'm guessing it's sleeping, but I thought it was dead because I was like, okay, there's no water, there's no food. The thing's been up there, and it's been getting down to like 30 degrees at night. Now, the fourth day, going on the fifth day, was going to be 20 degrees, and the wind is blowing too. So the wind blows. It's cold. It even snowed that night. It snowed, and I thought, or it was going to snow, and I was like, okay, she's going to be dead because you got really cold weather, you got wind, and she's already been up there freezing already because it rained on her one night. It rained, and it was like 35, 36 degrees. It rained. And I thought, well, maybe she got a little water from the rain, but she was so far up there. And then all of a sudden she came out when we'd go out there like every, in the morning, afternoon, at night. We'd be trying to get her to come down. We'd, I was throwing a big old sticks up there trying to hit the branch. I was throwing them as high as I could. These big, massive like branches I would throw like a boomerang, size, and I would throw it as hard as I could to see if I could knock her off the branch. And I had a net, so I thought, okay, I'll try to catch her. If I can knock her off the branch, maybe I'll catch her with this big fishing net, because it was a big fishing net, real big one. And so that didn't work, and I couldn't figure out what to do. We tried to call the tree people. We tried to call the fire department. They didn't want to do it. They don't do it. They don't do that kind of thing. Maybe in the movies they do it, but I don't think they do it here, at least. They said call the tree people, maybe they'll help. And I called one guy, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we do that as a service for a donation. If you want, give us a donation, but we come out and we try to help." And then he told me, he goes, a lot of times cats will go all the way to the top. When you try to get up there to get them, they get even more scared and they'll run up to the very tippy top. And he says, I've seen cats jump off of a 100-foot tree and still survive. He said sometimes the branches will break their fall, but they have really soft bones, and when they hit the ground, they just, sometimes it's fatal, but it's a long fall. You're talking about 100-foot tree, or even 50 feet. That's still a very high way to fall. And so the cat decides it's going to come out on a branch, and it lays down on a bough of a branch, like kind of fans out, and it was laying there with its head in between the cross of the branch, and its head was like down, and we thought it was dead. So my wife's, looking at it with the binoculars, because we had to look at it with binoculars. We couldn't barely even see it. It was so far up there. And she says, "Oh, it looks dead, and it's just laying there, and I don't see it moving." And I'm pretty sure it was sleeping, because it was sleeping, but at the time we thought it might have been dead. And we're like, okay, we got one night left. Fourth night, it's going to rain. It's going to snow, and it's going to be real windy. 20 below, or 20 degrees, they said in the forecast. 20 degrees. That's really cold with wind and snow and that cat's been out exposed this whole time. It's dead. It's going to die. So I called the guy, and he's like, "Yeah, we'll come out and get it on Monday." And I'm like, that's like another day or two. And I'm like, oh shoot, she's probably going to be dead by then. So we couldn't figure out what to do. So then my wife says, why don't you shoot the branch? And I was like, shoot it? And she's like, yeah, like shoot it with the 22, and because I have a 22 that has like a scope on it. And so I'm like, well, that might work, because she's kind of out on the edge of outside on the branch, because normally she was like inside the tree, like next to the big, inner part of the tree. She wasn't coming out on the branches that much, but this time she did, because the sun was still out. It was like, I think she was trying to get a little bit of heat, so she came out to lay on this branch, and then she fell asleep. She was asleep. And so I was sitting there looking at her, or I was looking at it through my scope, and I took a couple shots to see how scoped in it was and see how accurate it was. And so it was pretty accurate. So then I took a shot, and I missed. And on the second shot, I hit the branch right before where she was outside of it, and the branch just busted. Like it just exploded. The branch exploded. The bullet hit exactly where it needed to hit. And the branch exploded, and her weight caused the whole branch to break. So she started falling, and there was another bow of branches or bay of branches out below her. She grabbed onto those, but she was still falling. And I ran. I threw the gun down really quick, and I grabbed the net. And I was looking up trying to figure out where she was coming down, and I could see her just like flailing all about. She was tumbling. She was coming down. I could see her just like coming straight down, and I was like, oh, and I tried to line her up like with because it had a long, it's one of those big fish nets that you catch big fish with. So it had a pretty big mouth. And so I was able to look at her as she was coming down, and I put it right under, and I caught her. I literally caught her from like 50 feet up. It had to have been even higher than that. And the weight of her coming down so fast caused me to it caused her to almost hit the ground. Like she literally came into the net, and the net slowed her down, but she still kind of hit the ground. But I was able to stop most of the momentum, right? So I pretty much stopped the momentum. And then I looked at Carla, and I was like, can you believe what just happened? She was like, I can't believe that. She goes, we were both in shock. We were like, did that just happen? Like, is this real life? Like, we should have been taking video of this. We could have posted it on YouTube, and we would have had millions of views. We would have had a million views. It would have been crazy if it would have been on film. You guys would have been like, I know that guy. And by the way, when she finally came down and I caught her in the net, she was freaking out. She was going crazy. I had to put her in the net and wrap her in it so that she wouldn't get out, because I knew if she got out, she'd probably run back up the tree again. I don't know what she was going to do. So I got her, and I didn't want to touch her because she was just going absolutely crazy. She looked like a crazy cat, and she was just going like crazy. And so I got her and put her in a cage. And once she was in the cage and she settled down a little bit, she ate some food. She was purring. She was purring so loud. She was so happy that she wasn't in that tree anymore. And then she slept for 2 days. I think she slept for at least a day straight. It was probably almost 2 days. This cat slept and did not wake up. And I mean, it ate and then it slept for a day and a half almost. But yeah, that was it, man. That was a crazy cat in a tree story. Cat in a tree story. And people would say, oh, it'll come down. It'll come down. You've never seen a dead cat in a tree. Have you ever seen a skeleton in a tree, a cat skeleton in a tree or something like that? And I'm like, I've seen people say that, but I am sure that cats have died inside of trees. I mean, how in the world do they get down when they're, they say the reason why cats get stuck in trees is because they can climb straight up, but they can't go back down. They can't turn around and go down. They can only kind of go down backwards. So if they go up a tree and the tree has lots of branches, if they try to go back down backwards, they can't see where they're going and they can't navigate around the tree. And they can't turn around like a squirrel can. A squirrel can go down head first, So a cat gets stuck because it can't turn back around. That's what they told me. Yeah. So we saved the cat, and now the cat's pregnant, and it's going to have lots of little babies. This cat's really cool, though. It's got a really nice coat, really soft, really, almost feels like a rabbit fur. It's a really cool cat. But, yep. I should take a picture of it for you guys, huh? I'll show you guys what she looks like. Yep, that was the story of a cat named Pearl. My wife named the cat Pearl because it's white. It's kind of like a white. It's like a white, but it's got kind of like stripe. It's kind of like a real light color, almost an off white, but it's got like stripes. You can see stripes in it, but it's really really soft fur, like almost like a rabbit's fur. All the other cats, they have regular cat hair, you know, like, but this cat has like almost like rabbit fur. I'm thinking it's kind of like part rabbit or something. It must have had some kind of rabbit in its genes or something. I told my wife, man, we should skin this cat. It's got a beautiful coat. It wouldn't be lucky anymore if I skinned it. If I skinned it alive, I would have a nice kitty cat coat. Yeah, it's a lucky kitty. Yeah, that is a lucky kitty, for sure. Very lucky. Yeah, exactly. I shot her out of a tree. What do you think she's gonna do? She's gonna freak out. Rabbit cat. It's a rabbit cat. So anyways, where did that gal go that wanted to talk to me? You know, I was just like, I don't even know what she wanted to talk about. I was like, my gosh, why did she want to talk to me? What was the deal? What was she wanting to talk to me so bad about? Did she tell you guys? I couldn't figure out why she wanted to talk to me. Like, she's like, only take 15 minutes. I want to talk to you on the air. I'm like, on the air? Why on the air? But even then, what did she want to talk to me about? I don't know. I think she wanted to talk to me about Messianic Christianity, I bet. Either that or it was something else. I had no idea. I used to take calls. She probably remembers back in the day when I used to take calls. God only knows, really. I used to take calls on live on the air. You had people call in. And then, you know, when I used to do the show back like in 2012, 13 or something like that, we'd have moderators, you know, because we'd have people come in that were trolls and stuff. But the moderators were banning everybody. Like, they had moderator fever, you know, like, have you ever been into some chat rooms and the moderators, they think that they're God, and they got this power complex, like they think they're the police, you know, like, you said that you broke the rule. You said that in the wrong way. You're using capitals. Don't use capitals or I'll ban you. You know, it's like they're like Nazi moderators. And so I had some moderators that were a little bit over the top where they would ban people, and I was like, I kind of started getting a little bit frustrated. So I was like, okay, I'm like, you're banning people just because they disagree. I don't want you to ban them just because they disagree. Don't ban anybody like that. You know, you got to be careful because you're reflecting what people think, that I'm the one telling you to do all this. So they kind of didn't really listen. So then I said, okay, I'm going to have a day where I'm only going to talk to trolls on the air. I'm going to have all the trolls call me, and if they disagree or whatever, I don't care. Don't ban any trolls. I'm taking everybody off of moderators. There's going to be no moderators today. It's going to be troll day. And they got so angry. All these moderators like got, you know, they kind of like banded together, and they were like, we quit. I was like, yes. It's like, because I didn't let them have their daily dose of like Nazi banning. They were so attached to that ban button that when I told them that I was going to have troll day, and that they had to leave the trolls alone, I was going to talk to them on the air. So I had all these trolls calling in, and it was so fun, you know, like talking to people that were anti-me. I love talking to people that are anti-me. It made huge ratings. Everybody wanted to listen. It was great. Oh man. Oh, I've been banned from better places than this. Cars, cats, last words. So did I miss out in any bombs or anything going down? Were they still bombing each other or what? Freedom Deep, what you wanted to do you ban if they try to dox? Yes, I do. I don't want people doxing anybody or anything. Why? What happened, Freedom Deep? Did somebody dox somebody? You got banned from RSBN for not agreeing with Trump. Agenda TV bans everybody for making fun of Luckner when he was foaming at the mouth. Oh, that's hilarious. I saw your post, Freedom. I saw it. You were saying, share with him about that. Yeah, you don't want to post people's IP, but I don't even know how they would get your IP. I mean, really, how do you even get an IP address from YouTube? And sometimes they just say that they try to look like they're hackers by saying that they got something on somebody, and they'll post, "Oh, I got their IP." They don't really have their IP. They're just making that up. I mean, unless they're really, really, really hackers. But and then really, who wants your IP? I mean, I don't know. That's the point, huh? They just want to try to intimidate people or something. Yeah. You don't want to be posting people's IPs, I guess. Yep. Oh. I'm looking at some of your guys' past comments here from before. I just doing it before I got here. Yeah, I was tending chickens. That's right. River Choctaw says he was out tending chickens. That's exactly what I was doing. Well, I'm feeding them, but I'm also I'll say it in a nice way. I'm processing a few of them too. So some of the older chickens, we just kind of process them and give them to the dogs. Every couple of years, you got to get rid of them. You want a whole new batch, whether they're egg layers or meat chickens. Because we do meat chickens too, like we kind of eat them. So it's good. Chicken. What's on my mind? The mods were told we're watching. I got banned when I told him he was full of and wouldn't allow any truth on his chat. Luckner is a strange bird. He reminds me of a bird too, but he's a strange guy. He's definitely a strange guy. But people like watching him. People like watching him, I guess. One thing someone told me that they don't like about Luckner is that he's always says, "I don't know." That's like his favorite saying. I'm not sure. I don't have confirmation. I'm not exactly sure. Did you ever see that clip where he was crying, or he was pretending like he was crying, and he was mocking people in the audience? Did you ever see that clip where he's like acting like he's crying and he's got his hands on his eyes and he's like, and he goes on and on and on for like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes, just talking to this troll. I mean, he was so upset. He was trying to get back at the troll, I guess. He got mad at me too, on air. Okay, so when I was doing the trumpet news channel, And we had a lot of people watching us. At that time we were getting more views than RSBN. So like in the feed, if you were typing in the top things about, like, let's just say Trump rally, our stream would be above RSBN. This was in 2016. And so at that time, Lookner was the host, and he was doing all their commentary, and so our channel was above his, and I think he didn't like that. So he made up some stuff about me. I literally on the air, he started telling people I was a troll, and I might have said something about him or something, and somebody tried to stir something up, and they took it to him, and then he started like making fun of us on his program, or started saying I was a troll, and I just thought that was so funny, so crazy, that he was so angry at the fact that our channel had more viewers. It was like a big pride thing, I guess. But yeah, we were getting a lot of views back then. I mean, we were getting about 1 million views a day at that time. But, I remember when we were getting that many views, it was kind of, I wasn't as personable. I wasn't involved as much. I would just sit back and stream. I would stream the different, no, I take that, well, it depended. During the rallies and stuff, because I was promoting Trump, at that time I was promoting Trump, I was doing commentary that was kind of political, but it was like humorous, and it was something that would make people kind of stop and like, they had to listen. Like, they had to like stop and figure, what is this guy, what's this guy about? Like, because I would just go off on the Democrats, and I would play all the meme videos. I was playing all the meme videos, like, Trump memes, Hillary memes, Alex Jones memes. Alex Jones, he started realizing the power of meme videos because of our videos. We had all these meme videos about Alex Jones, and there were so many millions of people that watched those videos that he started taking note. He started trying to do meme videos. He was doing these videos about himself, or having people make these, and he was using some of the ones that we were using. Because we made fun of all of those things, man. Everybody loved those meme videos. Remember, you went nuts, ice, and washcloth. What happened? You went nuts, basically. Who did? I did. Fire at substation here in Adams County, Pennsylvania. 2,500 plus without power in this heat wave. Oh, wow, that's terrible. Yeah, Cars and Cats, I have to agree with you. He does put in the hours. Lookner is a very, obsessed and dedicated. He's probably making huge amounts of money, though. With what he's doing right now, he's getting 2 million plus views per video, and sometimes he'll do 2 of those a day. I mean, for every 1,000 plus, or for every million views like that, you're probably making anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000. Sometimes you can make more depending on how you monetize it, but plus he gets a lot of donations, plus he gets a lot of subscribers. He gets the super chats, the subscribers. Oh my gosh, he's probably pulling in $10,000 easy a day, easy a day, and so he's probably doing it because of that's a big motivation right there, to spend all day doing that. But he is kind of strange. You're absolutely right. He is strange. I don't think he's married. Is he? Like he doesn't like have a family or anything, does he? I think he's just kind of a bachelor, ain't he? But I saw something about him before he became a personality on YouTube. He was doing something else. I think he was like on the Muppet Show. I swear. I think he was doing something with the Muppet Show. I am not kidding. Let me find it. It had nothing to do with Beaker, but it was something to do with like Muppet Show or Sesame Street or something like that. Hold on a minute. I think it was the Muppet Show. Yeah, he was a comedy writer who was part of the writing staff on Sesame Street during seasons 33 in 2002. He also wrote some sketch comedy for Saturday Night Live. I can't believe that he did that. But he was on the Muppet. That's why when people call him a Muppet, he's like a Muppet. He's like Beaker. He reminds me of Beaker. I'm telling you, if Muppets actually had real life personalities, he would be like Beaker. I'm telling you. So he did sketch comedy for Saturday Night Live from 93 to 95 and Mad TV, and scripted episodes for Seinfeld. You got to be kidding me. Amazing. And he also contributed material to Late Show with Craig Kilborn, Last Call with Carson Daly, and The Man Show. Beaker. Did you know the Muppet Man? Do you know the Muppet Man? The Muppet Man, the Muppet Man. Oh no, that's the Muffin Man. I'm sorry, the Muffin Man. My kids listen to these little kid things on TV. They're little singing songs. Like there's one that's called the Muffin Man, and it says, "Do you know the Muffin Man?" But anyways, I guess he does have like 50,000 No, he's got a lot more than that. John, I think he's got a lot more than 50,000 subscribers. He's. I hear somebody crying in there. Do you hear that? That's on the feed. Somebody on the feed is crying. Let me see. Let me see which feed that is. Okay, I stopped it. It sounded so sad. Okay, so anyways, forgive me, Lord, but let's see. I think he has a good 500,000 subscribers, doesn't he? He's got a lot of subscribers. Oh, you're saying 50, I think you meant 500K, right? Josh? I think you're meaning 500K. 5 to 10,000 per day, Josh? No, seriously. When you make 1 million views per video, you literally can make $3,000 on 3 to 5. You can actually make even more than that on a video that makes 1 million views. He's getting 2 million views per video, and sometimes he's done 2 settings in one day, so he's had like 4 or 5 million views per day. He's easily making 10,000 a day with that kind of views, for that many views, and that's not including donations and super chats, and subscribers, or members, I should say, members. No, I even think it could be more. My cam is frozen? Why is my cam frozen? Is it? No, I just turned it down. Because I didn't want to hear that little baby crying. It's still alive, see? Yeah, memberships is pretty huge. That's a month. That's per month though, but he's probably got 10,000 members, I'm sure. But that's per month, but so he's making a huge amount of money just on that. And then and then he's probably making on the ad revenue. If he's making because you got to think about this too. He's getting views on older videos too, so he could be easily making 3 or 4 million views a day, and that's easy $10,000. That's like probably dropping the that's about what he probably makes for that many views, just on ad revenue, just on click ads. He's making that. Yeah, for that many views. But I don't think he's getting, he's going to have 5 million views every day. But he lately, when I looked over at his channel, he was getting up there around 5 million views a day, or at least 2 or 3 million. And when you make that kind of views, because when I was making 1 million views a day, I was sometimes getting more than that too. I was getting, 10, 20,000 subscribers. New subscribers every day. I would get 10 to 20,000 subscribers. And that was just in one day. I would make that many subscribers. And that went on, that 1 million plus views a day went on for about a month to 2 months, maybe, on and off for about 2 months. I mean, it didn't last for that long. I mean, it lasted only about a month to 2 months, but, when you're making 50 or 100,000 views a day, that's still good. That's still pretty good. So, but he's easily going to be, ratcheting up his influence now because of this. How's it going, Scott? Well, they take 30% off of your super chats, and I don't know about the memberships, but the ad revenue is it's shared with YouTube, but I don't think there's really a breakdown of that. You just basically get a certain percent. You just see what you get. Back when I was doing it, when I was making, million views a day, you were able to see in real time if you had your window open in AdSense, you could see in real time what you were accruing, like how much you were making. You could see everything in real time. But they stopped doing that. They stopped that. They stopped allowing that. Because I was sitting there I could tell when they started messing with monetization, I could tell. And that's why I was trying to warn people back in 2017. I said, they're starting to censor people. They're messing with the monetization, and they're giving, they're doing something. Something's going on with the influence. Like they're stopping my videos were being tampered with, I could tell. And then right after that, the mainstream media called, or they messaged us. It was, I think it was either Washington Post or New York Post. I can't remember which post it was. And they were legit, and they wanted to do a story on our channel. They said it was called, the story was going to be called Quick Response YouTube Channels. They wanted to know how we were always at the top of the feed. And the only reason we were at the top of the feed is because I capitalized on the momentum of knowing how to live stream. I already knew how to live stream. And live stream was brand new to YouTube, right? But we were live streaming since 2010. So I already kind of knew how to use it. But a lot of people didn't get it. Like when it came onto YouTube, not a lot of people knew how to use it. And nobody really used it. Nobody was really taking advantage of it. So what I was doing was any video, any topic, any news item, I would put in my title, and I would stream like all day. And I would just stream the topic of the day, any big news story. If you were to search for it on Google or on YouTube, I would be the top search. I would be at the top of the search on a Google search or on a YouTube search. So if I had, and the reason why I was ranked high was because I had the most people watching. So if I had, let's just say I had, 3 or 4 or 500 people watching, well, it would boost me up. Nobody else had that many viewers. Or if I had 1,000, nobody else had that many viewers, not even mainstream. So my ranking was always at the top. And then when you're ranked at the top and you're always streaming, then you're always getting new people. So you're especially on really hot news days, you got a title that's about the news, about what the news of the day. It's a big story, or there was a shooting or whatever, and you've got the title, and everybody's searching for that information, and they see your video and they click on it, and then everybody's watching. I keep their attention, right? I don't lose people's attention, so I retain everybody. I'm able to keep them sticking on to my channel, and so my numbers just keep going up and up and up. And then nobody can compete. Nobody can compete with what I was doing because nobody knew how to do it. And even mainstream was like, they'd only have like 400 or 500 people, 1,000 people watching. I'd have 5 or 10 or 20, and sometimes, there was even more. There was one time we had like 50,000 people watching live, 50,000 people. That's a lot of people, So the more people you have watching, the more it's kind of like you build momentum. And that's kind of, right now, YouTube has like a tier system where you have to kind of get into a tier system so that they allow you to be seen. And I think Lookner has kind of gained that credibility. He's kind of worked his way up, and because he knows people and he probably knows how to pull some strings, and he's gotten the YouTube's approval. He's got a lot of subscribers, etc. They give him kind of a little priority too. So when he gets viewers, he's always high up on the ranking, So everybody kind of sees him on there. But a channel like mine doesn't have that anymore. They mess with the algorithms, so the algorithms are totally different now. So you can't do what you used to do in the beginning, like in 2016 when they first rolled out live streams on YouTube. It'll never be like that again. No, they stopped that. As soon as Trump got in, they stopped that. Within about, like 4 or 5 months of Trump coming in is when they cut that down. They just chopped all that off. And I lost all my channels overnight. Okay, so when that mainstream media guy called or messaged us, I didn't respond to him. And within a week, all of my channels, I had 3 channels, and probably totaled about 400,000 or 500,000 subscribers, probably close to 400,000 subscribers. And once that week passed and I didn't respond to the mainstream, because I didn't want to talk to them. I didn't want to do no interview with the mainstream. We were like, why do we want to talk to the mainstream? Why do they want to do a story on quick response YouTube channel? How do you get to the top of the ranking? What are you doing? Like, well, it's like they were trying to figure out like what we were doing or something. I don't know. It just seemed kind of weird. So I just ignored them. And then right after that, all of our channels were totally, completely taken off. All 3 channels gone. Not even a strike. Didn't even have a strike. Just took them all down. And I was like, wow. So I tried to rebuild after that, and had a couple of channels that we kind of rebuilt, but they took those down again, and I did it. I tried to rebuild again, and yeah, that's it. That's it, Freedom Deep. That was us. Freedom Deep, that was me. I was like one of the top guys in 2017 covering any news. I was one of the top channels. And my channel was called Trumpet News. And we were like the biggest channels out. We were one of the biggest channels covering news. Literally. And when you talk about mainstream, like any of these mainstream channels, now they get all the views now because they've put them high in the algorithms. They've given them the views. YouTube made it so that they're the only ones that can be found. They turned everything around, They made it in favor because the mainstream media didn't like it. They couldn't understand like why everybody was watching people like me, and that really bothered these big corporations, these big corporate, companies that were trying to cap, because this is the whole Trump thing too. When Trump came in, everything was like all going to social media. Nobody was trusting mainstream anymore. So they were coming to channels like ours, and they were like, oh yeah, we like this guy, like these people are believable, they're real people, they just talk from the heart, they explain things, and it sounds more true than what we're hearing from, Anderson Cooper or, or these weirdos on CNN or whatever. And then we would have memes about all these guys too. So we were making fun of all the networks, and we were having a great old time. At the same time, we were dishing out huge doses of truth, and people just loved it. Just to clarify, if you had a 1 million view video, how much do you get paid per shot per week or per month? Okay, well, if you have 1 million views on a video, you could have anywhere from 1,000 to, like 3,000 or 4,000. Depends on how you monetize it, or how it came across. Like if it was monetized in the see, like when I was doing it, I didn't monetize it correctly. I could have monetized my videos better, but I still made some money, during that time doing that. And it was really a blessing because we didn't have a car. Our car was broke down. I mean, it came at the perfect time. I mean, we needed a car. It was so crazy because I told my wife when I was like, we had just moved and we were just barely making ends meet. I'm telling you, I mean, it was like really tough struggle, right? And our car broke down and we were out in the middle of nowhere, living on a piece of property. Well, we had a nice house that we were renting, but we were kind of out of the way. We weren't near a really big city or anything. We were kind of like the closest town was 20 or 30 minutes away. And the car broke down and I had to get a Napa guy to take tools. I had to get tools and a part and have them take it out to me because I couldn't even drive. I only had one car. And it was wintertime, and it got down to 20 below zero at one point. It was so cold. I mean, I was like, what the heck did we just do? We moved from California, and the internet, we didn't have an internet connection very well. It was just using our cell phone internet. But lo and behold, the property we're on just happened to have an area next to us that didn't have any trees, so we were able to see a straight shot to the mountain. There's a mountain over there. And on the mountain, there happened to be a microwave internet tower. And I found out, oh, wow, that's high-speed internet. So I was able to get high-speed internet through the tower on that mountain. And not a whole lot of people were able to get it in that area because there's too many trees. But this particular property that we were renting happened to have a direct line of sight. So I was like, dang. So I was able to get high-speed internet, and that's when I started streaming. So I was streaming off my cell phone, and we were getting huge amounts of views just on my cell phone before I figured out that we could get the internet, and we were getting we were making a lot of money just from that on the cell phone, and I was able to get high speed cell phone coverage, right, for just a short time. I had to buy data, and I spent like almost one month I spent $1,500 on just data. That's all. Just to get high speed, because we were actually making money streaming. So I was able to to put out that kind of money. But once we got censored, I started doing the what do they call it, the SMS, the text alerts. Remember the text alerts? The text alerts kept us relevant and it kept us growing. If I wouldn't have had text alerts, my channel would have died. The text alerts, I spent a huge amount of money on text alerts. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was expensive. Anytime I did, I had 30,000 people and I still have that account, but they changed all the rules now and you can't really use it. It's like really stupid. I had 30,000 people that subscribed to me on text alerts, and I would send out, anytime I went live, I would send out a text. How many of you guys remember getting text alerts? And then anytime I went live, I'd have like 3,000 or 4,000 people watching, or 5,000. I was not being promoted by YouTube. I was totally shadow banned, but I still had like 3,000 or 4,000 people watching, because I was using my text alerts. But I had to totally sacrifice for that text alert. I was spending a huge amount of money anytime I sent a text alert, it cost me $400. Every single time I sent a text alert for 30,000 subscribers, it cost me around $400. anywhere from $250 to $400, depending on how many people. But anyway, so when we were at that place, we didn't have no money, and so all of a sudden we got all these views. We got all these views coming in, and I had told my wife, I was like, and I know she probably thought I was crazy when I said it, because we were kind of like, stressing about money, and I was like, God, I think God's gonna give us God will give us $40,000 this month. You watch. Like, and I don't even know why I even said it like that. I had no idea why I said it. It was kind of like a stressful moment. I was trying to appease and trying to, because when you're talking money, sometimes you get a little stressed. You know how money stresses people out, especially when you don't have enough money to pay the bills. And sure enough, that month we had all those views. And in 2 weeks, we made like 40,000, and I didn't even monetize it correctly. If I would have monetized it better, would have made more, probably 3 or 4 times the amount. But it didn't monetize it correctly. So, but I still made 40,000. I was able to get a truck that was that didn't have problems. We wouldn't break down in the middle of nowhere, and we were able to get things we needed. Like, we had so many things we needed, and God just provided exactly what we needed. Right when we needed it. I'm telling you, I can't tell you how many times that's happened over the years where we were at a point where we needed something and God just provided it right at the last minute. Complete answer to prayer. Yeah, the Amish don't have cars. But not here. This is too cold. I don't think you could get along in a wagon without in a cold climate like this. I don't think the Amish could live here. Yeah, it was just an amazing testimony. But I could tell you more of these testimonies because God is always so amazing how he provides and comes through at the last minute. But we've gone through trials too. We've gone through some pretty intense trials. And I'm sure we'll continue to go through them all the way till the time of the Lord's return. But anyways, I don't understand myself. Why am I watching you? I don't know, Mac Tam. Why are you watching? And that was true. That was kind of crazy too. Scott says it reminds me of Glenn Beck. So Glenn Beck actually talked about me on his show. Can you believe that? Back in 2012 when he was on Fox News. He didn't say me specifically. He didn't actually mention my name or my channel, but he talked about something that was happening on YouTube at the time because we had some viral videos. We've had viral videos over the years. And I had one video that got like, I don't know, it was like 16, 18 million views or something like that. It was just crazy. So he mentioned us, and he actually played it out. He actually acted out what I was doing on my live stream program. Because this is what happened. So in 2011, I did a video about the blackbirds falling out of the sky. And by the way, Paul Begley copied everything that I was saying, and then he wrote a book about it. He wrote a book, and that's kind of what Paul Begley was doing was he was watching everything that I was doing, and then he kind of copied it. Paul Begley did reproduced what I was doing, and he kind of marketed his thing. He did his own thing, and he marketed it. And that's why Paul Begley was somebody that kind of irked me in a certain way, because I could see that he was doing it for the wrong reason, and he was trying to capitalize on. He was taking a pattern. He was taking something that I did, and he kind of made a pattern of it, and then he kind of used a little. I think personally, at least Mike from around the world, I thought was very deceptive. I thought they were doing some deceptive things, and so I was calling him out at the time. But what happened was in 2011, there was a thing where the birds started falling out of the sky. Do you remember that? There was blackbirds. They said it had something to do with New Year's and the fireworks. And the fireworks had caused them to get disoriented, and all these blackbirds were falling onto the ground dying, right? There was all these blackbirds everywhere. And so I did a video on it, and I was talking about it, and people were saying I was crazy, and they were saying, oh, you're stupid. Everybody in the comments was saying I was dumb, and you take it down. That's the stupidest thing. And I almost took it down, but I said, no, I'm going to leave it up. I left it up because I really thought that it had something to do with something weird, something strange, because it didn't seem right to me. So I left it up, and then it started going viral. And everybody started talking about it, and I made another video, and it went viral too because it happened again. And I forgot there was other stuff that was going on. It was kind of weird. And so during that time when I was doing my program, my live stream program, I would kind of hang out, just it was kind of like a reality. I kind of, Scott, wouldn't you say the way I did my program was kind of like a reality TV show? It was kind of like I would talk to people like I'm doing right now. I would kind of hang out and just chat, but I would also commentate. I would do news. I would preach, kind of similar to what I'm doing right now. Same kind of thing. Preaching, talking about news, hanging out, kind of fellowshipping, just getting to kind of know people in the audience, interacting. And so we kind of built a following that was following us. And so sometimes I would hang out and I would eat ice cream. Like I would eat a bowl of ice cream, and I would say, all right, so what ice cream am I eating? And I would do that like I was doing that for some reason. There was a period of time where I did that like every day. And I don't know, people thought it was funny. I don't know what they thought. I have no idea. What did you think, Scott? When I used to do that, didn't you think that was kind of weird or what? But I would sit there and eat ice cream and then tell people like, what am I eating? Like I was trying to get them to figure out like, what kind of ice cream am I eating tonight? It was like stupid, right? So I was just eating this bowl of ice cream. So anyways, Glenn Beck starts talking about these basement bloggers who are talking about birds falling out of the sky, and he's eating a bowl of ice cream, just like I was doing it. And he he said some other things too because he was pissed off. Glenn Beck was angry that people under 30 were watching people like me, and they weren't using their brains and watching him, right? Yeah, I was a bachelor back then. The Bachelor. And so he was really uptight that people were watching basement bloggers. He called me a basement blogger, and yelling and screaming about the end of the world, talking about birds falling out of the sky, and this and that. And he was talking about the specific things that I was talking about. And at that time, those videos were going viral, right? They were being seen by a lot of people. So he was addressing me, and he was eating ice cream, sitting there eating ice cream, and didn't give any explanation as to why he was eating ice cream. Like, why was he doing exactly what I was doing, criticizing all of my videos, but he didn't say my name? And everybody was like, he's talking about you. He's making fun of you. And they were giving me the video, and I was like, you know what? I think he is. And he was upset because everybody under 30 was watching, people like me on YouTube. And then I found the video. I probably could find that video again. I bet you I could find that video if I really looked. You have to go in the archives. I found it on his archives once. Yeah, clickbait cockroaches. Freedom Deep, that's funny. Yeah, I heard about that too. They called them clickbait cockroaches. That's funny. Let me see if I can find that. That would be funny if I could find it. Glenn Beck eating ice cream. Let's see if I can find it. That would be crazy if I could find it. On his show. Ice cream for all. Glenn Beck. That's not it. That's not it. It would have to be in the archives. It was in 2011 or something like that. 6 years ago, that wouldn't have been it. Let me see. Fox News. Fox News archives. Who's got me eating a ton of ice cream tonight? Let's see. 14 years ago. Oh my gosh. Is this it? Let me see. This was 14 years ago. This is about the time. Let's see if this is it. It's on Facebook. Is this it? Let me see. Oh, it's not found. It says, bummer, I couldn't find the page you were looking for. He doesn't probably have all of his old stuff up anymore. Oh, you know what I could do? I bet you. Yeah, 2011. That's it. This is it. I bet you I could find it in the archive. How much you want to bet I can find it in the archive? Archive.is. Let me see if it's been archived. Please be there. Please be there. And then I'll save it. Let me see. Is it there? It's probably not there. Shoot. Hold on. Yes, because that's the same time frame. But it's no longer in his archive. But if you go to like the Wayback Machine, okay, Wayback Machine. Yeah, that's it, Wayback Machine. Wayback Machine. Yeah, Wayback Machine. All right. So you guys want to see what I'm doing here? Let's see if we can find it. Wouldn't that be crazy if I found it? Come on, let's see if I can find it. Let me see if it's here. Come on, is it here? No, it's not there. Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. Is it here? Let's see. Is this it? Let's see. Maybe. Let's see. January 6, 2011. That would have been around the time, because it was right after the 1st of 2011. But there's no video. I remember I had seen it. Is there a transcript? Let's see. Oh, let's see. This might be the transcript. Let me see if this is it. Footnotes. Research from TV 1/6/2011. Find ice cream. Okay, but gas prices and ice cream make me think otherwise. Back to the paper. When you piece it all together, let's see. You can look at the story of the fish. You have to go to Google, search it for yourself, question everything, and you just must understand. You must teach your kids how to do it. No one else will. They are teaching what their answer. They are teaching what they answers are in school. They teach what you to think, not how to think, and you must reverse that process. And then he goes, go back to the paper. The econ story makes it seem like everything is good, but gas prices and ice cream make me think otherwise. Let me show you the puzzle. When you put the puzzle piece together, it all makes sense. So this is his notes, I think. You know, man, I'm just like you. I watch the news and I see it and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not a separate story. These stories are all connected. The media never puts them together like a puzzle. But that's really what the news is. Um, so what I'm going to say is basement blogger, right? Well, maybe that'll find it. Basement blogger? No, that's not it. Oh, I know that there's like some kind of place where you can find his old videos because I saw them once. Mm, oh well, maybe that's not it. All right, let me look somewhere else here. Hold on. See, it says, "What's got me eating a ton of ice cream on TV tonight? Besides my usually healthy appetite." Find out in a few moments on the Fox News channel, and don't forget to get the footnotes from each show. And it was the sixth. It was January 6, 2011. This was 14 years ago. But the footnotes don't really show anything here that was said about that. Let me see here. Maybe I'm not looking at this the right way here. Hold on. See this part right here where it says B block. Okay, so let me just show you really quick. These are footnotes from his show, I think, from 2011, January 6th. And I told you that it happened on January 1st when I made the video about the birds falling out of the sky. It was also about the fish dying because there was other videos that I posted that had to do with the fish dying too. So I was talking about fish dying. I was talking about birds falling out of the sky. And all these things were going viral. And I was eating my ice cream. And then here's his footnotes. I think these are notes. It says you have to empower yourself and educate yourself. You can't look at the stories of the fish. You have to go Google and search this for yourself. Question everything. Like, see, I think he was upset that people weren't thinking, right? And you must understand that you have to teach your kids how to do it. No one else will. They are teaching what they answer. They are teaching the answers, I think is what he meant. It didn't. I don't think that made sense. They are teaching what the answers are in school. They teach you what to think, not how to think. And you must reverse that process. Go back to the paper. So then these are notes. So it's telling him like what to do when he's on the program. The econ story makes it seem like everything is good. The econ story, I'm not sure. The economy story makes it seem like everything is good. But gas prices and ice cream make me think otherwise, right? Let me show you the puzzle. So he's talking about people that aren't. It says that these are his notes, but I don't know. Let me see. Anyways, I'm going to see if I can find it really quick because I found it before and I wanted to see if I can. You know what? I might have saved it. Fish, birds. Let me see if the birds ones come up. What's up with the dead birds? Okay, here it is. Here, this might be it. What's up with the dead birds? January 4th, 2011. Okay. So he's talking about this. Let's see if he talks about this. Is where I think he's Wonder Woman's plane. Okay, blah blah. Read the full story here. Stu gave this the desert. They live in food deserts, so they had the chance of big food remnants. 500 birds fell from the sky in Louisiana. And reports on the blaze. Let me see. Is this it? 2011, January 4th. But there's no video. Crap. Yeah, the video's not there anymore.
Reference the deeds whose reputing old fathers. And if you strike out or add to the chaos in any way,
Hmm. Okay, I might have found. I think I might be able to find it here. Hold on a second here.
And thank you for being with us tonight. We'll see you.
And then this Saturday. And then before he went to golf.
Oh wow. Okay. Wife is calling me. Hold on. I gotta go in a minute. You just hang tight, guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
He calls his reflection fake news. He tried to pardon himself from Monopoly jail. He once tried to buy the moon. Great real estate, nobody lives there. He autographs subpoenas before reading them. He holds rallies in front of mirrors so the crowd is always double tremendous. His hair has its own non-disclosure agreement. He insists, if I was on Mount Rushmore, it would be called Trumpmore. So many people are saying this. His skin tone was invented in a Doritos lab. He hires people to clap when he walks into the bathroom. He calls his golf game unbeatable, absolutely perfect. Some say even the balls are impressed. He says, nobody tweets better than me. Other presidents tried, but frankly, they just didn't have the thumbs. He became president 3 times. He owns all of Atlantic City, but hasn't been there in 25 years. He tried to rename the sun Trump Light. His hands dwarf those of an average newborn baby. He didn't release the Epstein files, but at least we got involved in another war for Israel. He is the most tremendous man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, I prefer Diet Coke 12 times a day. Stay tremendous, my friends.
Who can solve